All right, this is the Cortez City Council work session. Today is Tuesday, September 13th, 2022, and the time is now 6:16 p.m. We'll call this meeting to order, and we'll start with interviews for the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. Do we have?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I'm not sure who one of, or what the other candidate is, but Orly Lucero reached out to me and basically asked me to proffer. He wasn't able to be here. He says, you know, you guys all know him, and he is willing to serve, and was just asking for your blessing to serve on that board.
How many open spots are on the board, and how many applied?
We have one opening on the board with Katrina Weiss moving to Planning and Zoning, the recent appointment. So the one opening is left on that board, and then on the historic board, Ms. Weaver has, she has offered to take the place, I think of his name was Cody Wells, and they're both real estate people, so that's for that position.
Okay.
So I don't have any other applicants. It is still being advertised, though, if we would like to wait, or if you want to go ahead and make appointments. Either way.
I mean, we know Orly has extensive public service experience. And then, okay, so then we'll move on to the Historic Preservation Board.
And I can add one thing there. The Historic Preservation Board likes to keep, if possible, one real estate agent on the board, because one of the times that it's easiest to add a historic property is when it has changed hands, and the new owners may be more interested in that. So being able to know what potential properties that could be eligible there, so having a real estate agent is very helpful to the Historic Preservation Board.
Okay, so and Rachel Weaver's a real estate agent?
She is.
Okay. Okay, great. And that's just one spot and one person applying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that makes it easy. Okay. Well, in that case, I guess we'll move on to presentations by department heads. We'd like to ask Airport Manager Jeremy Patton to come up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. All right. So I'm just going to start this off. I'll break this up into a few segments. I'll do airport operation highlights, basically year to date, what we've had going on and what we're currently working on. Areas of improvement and outlook for next year and potentially beyond. There's a lot of variables there. Community outreach and partnerships that we're working on, and then final notes. I'll do a summary, okay? So operations-wise, our day-to-day operations, you know, the standard stuff for running an airport are obviously there. We've added a staff member this summer, or this fall actually, gentleman Mark Stento. Some of you may have met him. He came up from Flagstaff. He's worked in several capacities, so he's a really good asset so far to the team. Efren and him are really knocking out some of the day-to-day projects, and I can step off of, spend a little less time in the tractor and more time in the role I should be. All right. So
Can I ask questions?
yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead, Rick.
Is he like a full-time staff member?
Yes, we ended up going with a full-time position. This is going to impact our progress and acquisition of the Part 139 certification that we are slated to have happen next year, right?
Great.
And I'll go into detail about what variables are going to promote and also hinder that from happening. Yeah, there's some potentials for both of those two. It can go either way, and so we may have some delay in getting that. I'm hoping by spring or summer at this point. So from the airport and the macro, we'll look from the outside in. So airport operations from aircraft using the facility. Our landing fees have gone up this year compared to last year this time. There's about a 4 to 5% increase in our landing fee revenue. That has potential to increase substantially next year with heavier aircraft with the new airline. And also there's potential for more charter jet traffic coming in. There's been a lot more business activity, resort use of Dutton, and just networking. There's been a lot of increase. Some of that's been a side effect to our benefit of Durango being closed for their project, and that is also something I will touch base on, is we're building a network and a relationship with Key Lime outside of their airline that we're going to be working with, Denver Air. But Key Lime does cargo as well as Alpine Air, and they're running UPS operations right now, which is helping us. And again, there's a foundation there for potential cargo development. As UPS has leased a building off 491 for several months now, there's a serious potential for us to get some of that cargo. But I don't want to get too far into that just yet. Other fees that are existing and we're hopefully relying on increasing next year are all fuel flow. So we receive currently 13 cents for every gallon that is flowed on the airport. That's anything from the airlines to the FBO fueling general aviation aircraft to federal contractors, firefighters that bring their own trucks, the aeromedical that have their own tanks, we have a couple private individuals that have their own fuel trucks at their homes that they bring to the airport. When they flow, we make a fee from that. So we do anticipate that increasing. There was about a 12% increase this year over last year. Theoretically, with a twin-engine airline, unless they're strictly buying fuel at a better rate in Denver or Phoenix, they should, and they plan so far to use us for their primary fueling operations. They are going to be adding a second aircraft December 1, so they start October 1 with the airline on one aircraft, and they're going to add a second on December 1. That'll split their routes and dedicate the aircraft, which will also increase landing fee revenue, fuel flow revenue as well. That impacts, there's more use on the airport. So there are elements that I'm going to go into of how we need to increase airport revenue from a non-aeronautical perspective and an aeronautical perspective, i.e. like air side, inside the fence, and land side, outside the fence, because they're different facets and regulations involved in that. Our based aircraft, we added 4 new based aircraft to our airport. That's our database for how many people, or what aircraft are based here. Classic Air Medical being one of them. They added that PC-12 this month. Their officially stationed aircraft is dedicated to Cortez. That is supplementing their helicopter at the hospital, and we've seen a substantial increase in patients getting access to more complex or advanced and better health care outside of Southwest's capabilities. A couple private aircraft as well are in that mix. We anticipate there'll be more next year, but again, without us facilitating or them building hangars at a pretty expensive cost, one area we are lacking is space available for general aviation expansion. So we'd want to see our based aircraft numbers grow for obvious reasons. Overall passenger numbers, that's airplane enplanements. This comes from, the numbers I'm going to give you are just Boutique Airlines numbers. This isn't Classic Air Medical's patients and crew. It's not charter. The most accurate data I have right now available from last year to this year, year to date, is 4,431 enplanements, which is a 4.5% increase over last year, this time 4,233 enplanements. Now, we need to be at 10,000 to get our entitlement funding increase from $150,000 a year to $1 million per year. That's just the entitlement fund from the FAA. Monetarily, there's not much we can do to make that happen, but bringing in more business, the airline will be a huge proponent of that next year. So by the end of 2023, ideally, they're running even the 9-seat airplanes at the routes, with the routes they're planning, we should see over 11,000 enplanements. That's a 9% increase over Boutique. That's when Boutique was full. Really, it's about a 13% increase of their real numbers.
When does that year start and end? You know, is the count going to start in October or is it Jan 1st?
That'll start enplanement data, and I forget the data they use. It's I'm drawing a blank on the name of the service that does the numbers, but it's a calendar year assessment. So these October to December will count in 2022. It's not going to boost our numbers that much. We may hit 6,000 this year. I'm anticipating we'll hit 6,000, maybe 6,500. That's, again, before I factor in aeromedical and charter. That number may fluctuate 1,100 to 1,200. Still, we're a far cry from 10,000 for 2022. That's been a downward trend since the start of the pandemic. That's a pretty safe assumption that the increase in travel is apparent in a lot of elements of aviation. The industry is growing, but our airport is far off from that 10,000 threshold until next year.
Jeremy?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
David.
On the average, how many flights, passenger flights a day do you anticipate when Denver Air comes in?
Well, they're guaranteed to do the 4. It's not every day, but basically they're going to do 24 round trips per week. They're only required to do 12 round trips for the subsidy, for the contract with DOT. So they're actually doing, it's similar to boutique. They're doing twice the allocated, or twice of the minimum round trips that they're allotted for the subsidy. Now, if Denver Air decides that they're doing really well, and say we do cargo with Key Lime, their cargo business, there's potential, and they've mentioned this, again, it's something we got to keep talking to them about and hold them to task, similar to their marketing, what they plan to use for marketing here. They anticipate there's potential to add a at-risk route. That would be a non-subsidized route. The ticket price would be substantially higher than what the subsidized ticket prices would be, because they're only allowed to do 2 destinations per the subsidy. Anything beyond that would be at risk for them. Until we get out of this subsidized airline service, which would be a pretty substantial undertaking to get out of EAS, we're pretty much limited to 2 destinations with most of these carriers. It's not impossible, but it's not likely for at least a while. You got to consider that DOT only gave us 2 years with Denver Air Connection, so really it's not 2 years, it's 18 months. We're in 18 months from now, from October, we're going to be revisiting a selection process, and that takes 4 to 6 months. So our goal is hopefully that they do well enough and we can justify asking for a 4-year or 5-year contract with them, and then assuming growth is happening and we're working well with them as not just an airport but as a municipality, then we build a strong foundation. Then we're money ahead to start thinking forward on that and how we're going to foster that growth. Any other questions about airlines in that regard? I know it's a kind of a weighty topic in itself. No questions? Okay. I'll move on to some of our other operations that impacted us in 2022, or fire operations. Although firefighting was down in the state of Colorado, we were one of the luckier states that normally has a heavy fire season or a busy fire season. We did really well. We were fortunate to not have big fires. However, the Cortez and Durango and several outlying airports were used substantially in regional firefighting activities and contract requests with Bureau of Indian Affairs, with Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, several states. They went out to several fires out of Cortez. That discussion keeps coming up because Bureau of Land Management is no longer going to be using that base. They've run it for 5 years now. The cost analysis is not conducive to keep running it with BLM. However, BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, because they receive most of the support from the aircraft that contract out of here, they are looking at taking over that base. So we're not losing that potential for a lease agreement or a surface use agreement, and obviously the revenue that comes with that. But we are losing BLM's piece in that, potentially. BIA is just another federal entity. It's very similar operations, the way we would write the lease agreement or a surface use agreement. So we're going to try to maintain that tanker base. Now, in our master plan, for those of you that have seen it most recently, there is an exhibit showing a large tanker base. The challenge there is who's going to pay for it. We can't afford it. The enterprise definitely can't afford it. Grant options are limited. So we need to foster, in this case alone, a whole network of potential relationships with the Forest Service, BLM, BIA, the FAA, our engineers, our consultants. There's a lot of heads in that equation to make that possible. And that would benefit us in many ways: landing fees, fuel flow fees, obviously public service. It would be a great service to not just the area but the region and several states if we had a tanker base. There's a lot of discussion around it, but it's challenging to get something like that going because it's more of an option than a necessity. So if we can prove that it works, and it has, then we're going to do pretty well to convince them that that's needed here. The aircraft that used our airport, limited to our weight capacity and length of the runway, were single engine air tankers, and they fluctuate between 6,000 and 15,000 pounds. So Nothing crazy there. Most of our charter jets are, you know, within 40 to 60,000 pounds. Some of them are over capacity. So we are just showing to the FAA that use is increasing. We document when our ramp is full with firefighting aircraft, helicopters that are too large for our current helipads. So we are documenting as much as we can the necessity for improvements, because there's potential for us to outgrow our britches, for a lack of a better analogy. Other new business that we were working on this year, continued collaboration with the FAA for the Part 139 certification. Sorry, I'm kind of going over time here. 2 new tenants added, Class Care Medical and a private entity for building a private hangar. They should be starting here soon. Weather cameras were installed that gives pilots access and the public in general access to view the airport from 4 directions from the beacon tower, so anytime you can look at that. We had tree removal completed last week. We improved all our drainage areas, and that reduces our wildlife hazard potential. We are inside of a year-long wildlife hazard assessment for the Part 139. We're planning as part of getting that certification back. Every 10 years, if you maintain that certification to the FAA, they require a wildlife hazard assessment. It generates a booklet. It's a 3-day-a-month for a year assessment USDA comes out. And getting rid of these trees has reduced the hazard of birds and bird strike potential and other animals, you know, living on the airport and causing potential issues. And we've been doing real well with improving our grounds to prevent that, improving our fencing, safety areas, and then just day-to-day operations, as I mentioned before, just improving our tools, equipment, self-sufficiency, and now having another staff has helped a lot. Slowly, I've been working on updating that website piece with the economic development. You know, I need to focus a little bit more on that, but that department header package for the airport is going to benefit the public greatly in accessibility to those resources that the airport can facilitate and beyond. Master plan, again, is ongoing. We should be done this year. We'll be having an open house for that. 5-year on-call engineering is going really well. We're doing the parking lot design currently, and we've discussed previously ARPA funds are going towards that design process, so that's a great help, and thank you so much for participating in that or allowing that. And just an example, if we do a parking lot fee structure, and this is going to be a weighty discussion later, but just examples, if we average 50 spaces and we say did $3 or $4 a day at the max at $4 as an example, $73,000 a year in non-aeronautical revenue. If we had 160 or so paid spaces, $4 a day for a year, that's over $230,000 of aeronautical revenue. So if we want to improve certain things, if you want to have your cake and eat it too, we've kind of got to start thinking about ways outside of the federal obligations and assurances, which are limited and lengthy in time to acquire. We can start bringing in some more revenue much quicker, sooner, and get some of these projects that are years behind, to be honest. We can start moving forward on some of that. And that would help us update our perimeter fence and close all those north hangars and make, have a more secure operation. And then potentially putting in a self-service fuel station, and that's huge for general aviation operations, and that's also a way to bring in some revenue if we were to manage it. Otherwise, we need to find someone like an FBO or a service, somebody that's willing to put in a self-serve, and we would bring in a lot more traffic and potentially more tenants that way. And then, that money, that aeronautical revenue and non-aeronautical revenue pulls together and, goes into our movement areas and maintains the potential for us to pass our certification when we do our major inspections every 3 years. There's a lot involved in that 139. You guys previously have dealt with that with the previous airport manager. But as long as we're prepared and we're set up for it, we should be money ahead to maintain it. Capital improvement plan, I'm meeting with FAA and CDOT in October. Every October we do this, and then every March they finalize the projects that are allowed. The funding that they're going to throw at some of our projects or not is discussed in October and then finalized in March. So we should have a better idea. Outside of planning for the enterprise budget for 2023, there's a lot of variables with the capital improvement plan. And then I need to skim through this. I'm taking up way too much time. Community outreach and partnerships, I've mentioned before, our EAA local chapters reignited. We've been doing really well. Since our last, we did a Young Eagles rally on the 27th of August. We did 16 rides, students and children and parents, nonprofit activities separate from the airport. But that brought in already 4 additional families to join, and they're going to be at the fly-in this weekend, and they're looking to join and get their families involved. in that. Civil Air Patrol is starting to see an increase in activity. They're going to be at the fly-in. Pueblo Community College, I'm working with them and as an adjunct instructor for a drone program at Mancos High School, trying to get RE1 and Cortez High School involved in that, as well as their paid internship program. And then just we're trying to go out for other grants that would help promote education and facilitate GA at the airport and potential career development. And I think I'm going to skip the summary. I'm just going to basically summarize what I just went over. So if you have any questions, that's essentially what I had. I think just the only thing for next year that we really need to work on is that Part 139, potentially having to get a new truck, which would involve a grant match, a new fire truck. We're talking anywhere between $250,000 and $500,000 with a grant match of anywhere between 20 and 100 grand. It just depends on what allocation they might give us. We can grandfather our current truck, which is the intent of me keeping it this whole time. They will let us grandfather it, but eventually we're going to need a new apparatus. And then just other support equipment for that. Fire gear, working with the local fire department, potentially helping them get a few guys trained so they can satisfy the on-call need for being there for the airline when we have this certification. That will allow us to get to 30-passenger jets with our current provider. So hypothetically, if this all goes well and we play our cards right, we could have this done next summer. That piece at least. So, and flying this Saturday, just want to thank everybody for their support and help and the volunteers that have already signed up. I mean, we've had a ton of interest. Hopefully it pans out the way it's supposed to. We've got a couple meetings this week before the event, and we should have a really good event, and I hope to see you guys there on Saturday. So that's all I have. Any questions?
I am going to have questions about the parking lot, but we can do that another day.
Okay.
And the
Yeah.
cost or the fees.
Right. Yeah, and we'll have some meetings during the design process before we go out for the construction side of things, obviously, because that'll play a huge part in the construction.
Okay.
Is how we
Because my
set it up.
questions are about landscaping and then the cost for
Oh,
parking.
perfect. Yep.
So, okay.
Perfect.
All right, we're gonna circle back, and thank you, Jeremy, really appreciate it. It sounds like a lot's going on down there. We're gonna circle back and do the interview for the Historic Preservation Board. Do we have Rachel Weaver here? Okay. All right, check some water.
Hi.
All right, hi Rachel, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your interest in serving on our Historic Preservation Board. We have here your letter, and then we have just a few questions for you. So we'll start with Lydia here and asking the first question. And then make sure your microphone's on, it should be green. Perfect.
Hi, Rachel. The first question is, why are you interested in being a participant on the board?
I've lived in Montezuma County, particularly in Cortez, since I was like 7. And I see that we have a lot of really great archaeological sites. We have a lot of, older buildings. And I think Cortez has a really rich and unique history that really, isn't out there too much. So I would love to be able to help in spreading the word on that and helping, make some of these properties preserved and kept up well, and, just preserving old buildings in the county, because I think we have a lot of them, and some of them need some love, so that's great.
What do you think are the chief functions of the Historic Preservation Board?
I think the chief functions are to maintain the registry of historic preservation sites, as well as scout out any new properties that would be potential additions to that historic preservation site list, and also maintain the archaeological sites and some involvement in that as well.
Great. Dennis, do you mind asking the next?
You sort of kind of answered this already, but do you have some knowledge on the history of Cortez?
Yes, I know it was originally started back in, I think, 1886 with irrigation and farmers coming in, and it's just kind of grown since then, so.
Hey Rachel, how you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Can you tell us a little bit about you, please?
About me?
About yourself?
Yeah. So I'm a real estate agent down at Remax Mesa Verde Realty. I also am a substitute teacher, so you'll see me here, there, and everywhere at the middle school, high school, elementary schools. I call myself a lifelong resident of Cortez. I've been here since I was 7. I was in New Mexico for a hot second, but I decided to come back here because I like Colorado better. You know, you could say I'm kind of outdoorsy. Some of my hobbies are hiking, snowboarding. I will go down to the lake with friends, but I'm not too big on swimming. I like to stay in a boat. And I've worked throughout various nonprofits in the community as well. I've worked at Pinion Project as well as the Four Corners Child Advocacy Center, so I'm well aware of how grants are written and different federal funding requirements. So.
Great. David, do you have any questions for our?
No,
Okay.
I think you got them all.
Great. Well, thank you. That's all we've really got for you. I really appreciate you taking the time to come out here, and so.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we're gonna move back to presentations by department heads, and we'll move on to Court Administrator Carla Odell.
Can you hear me now? Oh, you can really hear me now. Okay, Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. We have had our municipal court judge now for 10 months. We have had a lot of changes since then. We have improved the way an individual can access the courtroom by not only appearing in person, but appearing via WebEx or by phone. It has been beneficial for those who cannot be in 2 places at one time and beneficial for defendants that live out of town. Recently, IT installed a split so we can hold a WebEx in the courtroom while holding court, and we have the capability to hold another WebEx in our ante room. That's where we bring prisoners in, between a defendant and an attorney separately or privately. We are working on a grant for an electronical sign to publish the municipal court docket outside the courtroom. We are in the process of signage in the courtroom, which will assist Spanish, Navajo, and sign language defendants that are in need of interpreters. Legislation has states that the court is to provide an interpreter for a defendant and one for the court, so each case has 2 interpreters. We hold court primary still on Mondays. Optional court is held on Wednesdays and Fridays. If a person is arrested and they have to have a bond hearing within 48 hours and 2 calendar days, or they're released. Trials to the court are Monday afternoons, and jury trials are scheduled as needed. The jury deliberating room was a capital project, and it is moving slowly, but it is moving forward. Aside from Judge Padilla, we have fill-in Judge Scott Moore from Durango, who has been with us for a while. Judge Moore is our Southern Ute judge, or he's the Southern Ute judge, in Ignacio. We recently swore in a second judge who is also from Durango, Michael Wanger. Judge Wanger is the municipal court judge in Mancos. We have Drew Buffington, who is our full-time fill-in city attorney in the courtroom. We are working further on sentencing guidelines for options of ordering community service and alcohol, substance abuse evaluations. We have a list, actually a long list, on the website of resources in our area. They are on the website, and they would be very helpful. Example, where to get an evaluation or where to do community service hours. We presently have 3 attorneys we use for court-appointed and first appearance cases. All 3 attorneys are ADC, which is Alternative Defense Counseling, or they're with the Alternative Defense Counseling Program. The program oversees that attorneys have training and that they are competent. The program does not provide funding. Previously, we had a grant with DOLA, and we are working to get the grant reinstated. We would like to keep our attorneys and increase a few more. Recently, legislation has increased attorney fees. We have a meeting set up with CIP, which is Community Intervention Program, in hopes to partner up on needs of some of our defendants. We have a lot of repeat defenders, and that might be a helpful way. The judge went to a Colorado Municipal Judge Association conference in the spring and found it helpful in commuting with other judges and how to see how other courts are ran. The judge and myself plan to attend a conference in the fall, in November. It's one that will be held for judges and court administrators and court clerks. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time. Does anyone have any questions?
I'm glad that you and Beth are working so well together and really improving our accessibility and just our court features. So thank you, Carla, for all your hard work.
Thank you for all you guys do too, and supporting us.
All right, we'll move on to our Director of Parks and Recreation, Creighton Wright.
As you can tell, I have a presentation here for you tonight. I'm going to whiz through it a little bit because I know it's a little bit longer than the 10 minutes I have allocated. So thank you, Creighton Wright, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Cortez. My presentation will be popping up on screen hopefully soon. And if not, you guys have copies of the presentation in front of you. You can follow along as well. So our department, our goal is to build a sense of community, encourage health and fitness, and inspire fun and access to the outdoors. The presentation here tonight will be I will provide some general observations, an overview of the department, provide some significant programs and projects I'm working towards for next year, and then review each of our operational areas. So to begin with, observations. So I've been here now 8 months and have evaluated our entire department and all of our operations and kind of come down to 4 main topics. I know your copy there has 3, but I added one more that I really forgot and need to acknowledge, and that is we have a really top quality dedicated core team that is really focused on serving our community. And that has been great for me as I've started in here, learning a lot. And I rely on them tremendously. The second item is that we have a deferred maintenance backlog. It's, I'm sure, not unlike Public Works or many of our other operational areas. The good thing is that as much as we have a backlog, it's only, I'm guessing, a couple years before we'll be able to tackle it. meaning that it's not daunting, it's manageable for sure. Number three, during the pandemic, our department shrunk down to really essential staffing only, and we've just barely started to come away from that, and we really need to focus on building the structure and the system so that we can really be sustainable long-term and even have a little bit of growth associated with that. The fourth item is connected to that third item, and that is to build a support system to sustain our operations, and that's twofold. The first one is that we need to create an internal, really a succession plan internal to our organization where an entry-level employee can be trained, developed, and grow and promote to probably still a part-time, more advanced level, and then really have them so that they're qualified to become a full-time lead-level staff member or even a supervisor. The second part of that is developing our programmatic system. And what I mean by that is aquatics is a perfect example. During the pandemic, we cut back. Actually, we stopped offering swim lessons. The swim team went away. The high school swim team went away. And, well, 2 years later, we don't have any lifeguards, or we're having a really hard time building lifeguards. We really have to build that system back up, teach kids how to swim, get them going into the rec swim team, the Cortez Water Dragons, hopefully get a high school swim team back, and then ideally we start this lifeguard flow back again. So we have several examples of where we need to do that. Aquatics is one of them, and the rec center is another. Just a quick highlight. I forgot to mention, the picture that I led off this report with was from John Brooks. I wanted to give him credit. He was out walking one morning right after it rained, and a great picture with the rainbow back behind the rec center. So this is our team. The rec center is led by Dan and Dana, aquatics by Michelle, parks by Lyle, the rec program by Rosa, and the golf course team includes Ryan, Micah, and Annette. A quick overview of the department, kind of broken into two phases. Assets, so that's physical infrastructure. We have 200 acres of open space, largely in Carpenter, Evans, and Gear, and Denny Lake. The golf course, 88 acres of developed park sites, 14 acres of semi-developed, that's the old high school site. And then 2 undeveloped sites, softball complex, outdoor pool, rec center, you get the picture, and you know. We also do offer several programs and facilitate partnerships. Programs include youth and adult sports, aquatics, rec center, room and facility reservations, and helping with events. On the partnership side, pretty much any organization in town that has a relationship to recreation or outdoor recreation, we have either an informal or formal partnership with them. So that I just have the quick list that I could think of throwing up here on the slide. So working towards some significant programs and projects, mostly for next year. The first one is re-implementing an urban forestry program. We've not had a dedicated tree person in town for a couple years. We need to get back to that. Our trees are really starting to suffer. Extending our rec center hours, adding classes, activating that space, and creating some youth drop-in programming to focus in on a demographic we've not focused on in the past. Recreate that swim culture I just mentioned to you. Offer online registration and reservations. Projects we're working towards is implementation of the South Park GoCo modification grant, and I'll explain that in a second. Getting a Parks and Rec master plan that will really focus in on really future plans for the department. Some of the items that I know we need to deal with are trails, looking at the golf course, what are the opportunities at the rec center as an example, kind of diving into those, getting some community involvement and engagement, and then developing a plan around that for future years. I learned very quickly that we have some real challenges in the outdoor pool that we need to address next year, or we're likely not going to be able to open it. And then lastly, in the golf course, satisfaction in the golf course really comes down to play on the greens, and they really suffered this year and last year, so we're really putting a lot of attention on that this next year. So now I'm going to get into the operational areas, and I'm not going to, for most of these, I'm not going to focus too much on what we do, but more where we're going. So this first one, planning and admin, The Parks and Rec master plans, these are some of the items that I'm working on as far as a scope potential. We had a presentation about a month or so ago about the pathway to Mesa Verde, so we're looking at making sure we have the match if asked by the county for that. And then we were just approached this last week about a possible partnership for 4th of July fireworks that we need to really talk more about, but it needs to be discussed and have a direction on it. So I have made some adjustments throughout our whole department, really focusing on professional engagement and training and ensuring that our staff is going to state conferences and that kind of stuff and learning about new trends. Putting some focus on uniforms so that we look consistent when we're in the rec center or out in the parks or at the golf course. We're anticipating some increases at the part-time seasonal level, supporting some mid-manager positions for the rec center and the rec programs, and then anticipating some supply chain and inflation adjustments throughout the department. So moving on to aquatics. We're looking at, as I mentioned, increasing swim lessons. Second item that we've not done before, as I understand, is creating a junior lifeguard program, so kids that aren't old enough to become lifeguards can start learning about what it's like to be a lifeguard, so that ideally that next year we have a crop of kids that are interested and somewhat skilled. As I mentioned, physical issues, the pool heater, locker room water heater, the roof, and the pool vacuum all need to be addressed next year. Golf pro shop's actually in pretty good shape. We are improving the coordination between the maintenance and the pro shop side so that tournaments aren't on the same week of a major planned maintenance item. So that's an adjustment we're working on. And then a real minor issue, the drain where the carts go in needs to be cleaned out on a regular basis. It hasn't been done. On the maintenance side, this is both for parks and golf. We need to look at increasing our irrigation capacity so that we really can take and use all the water, the irrigation water that we have available to us. So you'll see that on both. We have a multi-year project to install valves throughout the course. Right now, if we have a major break on the valve, we can't isolate it anywhere, so we have to shut down the entire system. So we're kind of year by year adding in valves to be able to isolate. And then the clubhouse sign is faded and just needs to be refreshed, so real minor issue. And then the capital project, as I mentioned, we are focusing on the greens for this next year to really improve the quality of them and so that they recover when in heat or cold. Parks maintenance, programmatic adjustments. I mentioned the urban forestry program, McAndrews baseball softball conflict. We have a conflict in the fall. We're working through that now. We hope to have a solution by the time we get into winter. We're going to be shifting to have some park maintenance on evenings and weekends. That is a real challenge for us when the parks are being used the most. We don't have staff available, so that's a bit of a challenge. We are looking at, we contracted our smaller detached sites this year, and we're going to continue that last year. It's been really effective, cost effective for us. We don't have to, just for a bunch of different reasons, just made a lot of sense. We're going to continue it. And then bringing the trash service. We contracted our litter pickup this year. It's not really worked out well for us. I say bring it back in-house, but really we need to reevaluate that and decide if that's the right decision or not. Physical challenge, I mentioned the irrigation capacity, and then some minor stuff about just some minor enhancements, bleachers, picnic tables, benches, finishing off our ball field rehab project, and reseeding various turf areas. So now, the South Park modification project. So our city manager, Mr. Sanders, has talked about our need to evaluate the South Park site from the housing park relationship. Well, with that, we're looking, we know that that project is going to take, that evaluation is going to take longer than what we have available in our GOCO grant. So we're looking at taking those funds and shifting them to the two pocket parks in the south side of town and putting some enhancements in them, knowing that frankly, our choice is likely going to be give the money back or try to put the money into some other project in town that really makes a lot of sense. So that's the direction we're heading for next year. Recreation programs, really for the most part, maintaining status quo. We actually added this year, and we're going to continue Friday camp opportunities now that school is out on Fridays. And then we're looking to add a position to help Rosa with the camp programming. Right now, she does camp, youth, and adult sports. She needs some help and some support there, so we're looking at that as a support for her. In the recreation center, really all of this is saying that we need to get back to where we were pre-pandemic. The first two items in the program adjustments is a facility manager position. It's a position we used to have. We need to bring it back. Same goes for a coordinator that is responsible for classes and instructors. We need to bring it back. We actually have two instructors just in the last 2 weeks that have organically come to us saying we want to offer classes again. So we need to really support that and create the system to support it. I mentioned, I think, all of these except for the last bullet there, which is develop and implement outreach. So once we get the system in place, we get the staff structure good, we need to start encouraging, inspiring people to come back to our rec center. And by doing that, we need to have someone who's focused on that. At this point, I'm looking at a part-time person to do some outreach and communications for us. Last item I have for you here tonight are some potential GOCO grant opportunities coming up here in the next 6 months or so that we're looking pretty seriously at. The first one effectively is a 2-year intern program funded entirely by GOCO. It's going to be very competitive. I'm excited about it, but realistic that we're going to be up against some stiff competition. Second item is a planning capacity grant, which if we get it, will completely pay for our Parks and Rec master plan. So that's awesome. Stewardship impact grant, I think longer term, we need to develop and encourage some volunteerism in Parks and Rec specifically, but more broadly in the community, and having someone to focus on that is, I think, a goal of ours long term. I also put the park ranger item up there with the idea that we have someone providing a presence in our parks in the busiest use times so that we're encouraging more positive activities than negative activities. And then lastly, the Centennial program is the highlight of the GOCO grants. They're really looking for unique, innovative projects, and the way we're going with the South Park Housing Park interaction, at least a lot of the ideas we have, I think it makes it really eligible for it down the road a bit once we have a better idea of what that's going to look like. So the last slide I have for you is just a regurgitation, reiteration of this slide that was earlier in the presentation. So with that, I will stop and see if you have any questions for me. And I know I whizzed through that really quick, so sorry.
Well, thank you, Creighton. I mean, you've jumped right in, and there's a lot going on, and we really appreciate your insight, because every citizen I talk to, they always compliment the parks. Like, that is our best visible, appreciated assets that we have. And so thanks for taking good care of them and really looking to the future to make sure that we can.
Yeah, thank you. And as I mentioned, it really comes down to our team doing a wonderful job and wanting to serve the community. So it's really owed to the team. I'm just trying to help corral them in a direction. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. All right. Okay. All right, so then we will move on to, are you going next? Or? Okay. Okay. All right, we'll move on to Director of Public Works, Brian Peckins.
Okay, Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm going to focus on our big ticket items, streets, water, and refuse tonight. We're going to go over kind of where we're at and where we think we need to go. If you start with the capital improvement project budget slides, on the second page, kind of a recap of the 2022 capital project budget. Kind of the components of our street program is the street improvement program, which is mainly mill and fill and chip seal. And then our reconstruction projects this year was Sligo and Mildred. And then our concrete cost share program. That was about $3 million worth of work. this year. On the water side, we renovated tanks 1 and 2, and we're getting ready to start 3. There were some minor water treatment plant projects, and then we contributed Mildred Road was a water and a street project. So there's about $1.7 million in the water capital fund. So this year, $4.8 million is what we spend on our capital project budget. Next, I want to just take a minute and go through our the state of the city infrastructure. I mean, we've talked about this before, but over the past 27 years, the city of Cortez has constructed or reconstructed an average of 1 mile of streets per year. We have 54 miles of streets. At that pace, we'll never catch up. What we'd like to do is increase the amount of road construction or reconstruction we do so we can catch up in the next 10 or so years. If you look at the next 2 map slides, really the key is just looking at the amount of red. Out of our roads, out of our 50 some miles of roads, 34 miles were reconstructed prior to 1995. And then the next slide, we've got 129,000 linear feet of 1975 or earlier water lines, which are both aging and we need a plan to replace them on a regular basis. I think you're all familiar with the Maple Street water line break that happened a few weeks ago. It's really just the tip of the iceberg. It was a 1950 line with old water valves that do not operate properly. Again, I just mentioned 129,000 linear feet of cast iron pipe installed between 1950 and 75. We have lots of old 4-inch lines in the ground that do not provide adequate fire protection. And we have a citywide problem of old water valves that do not function properly. Creighton mentioned isolating valves, and we have a hard time doing that, and sometimes we have to shut off a large part of the city to isolate the problem. Main Street is a potential future problem. There's multiple valves at every intersection. The last time we had a water leak, Main Street was closed from Chestnut to Mildred, and multiple businesses were without water for 3+ days, and there's still a high potential for disruptive water leaks. Again, we've got to start working on a systematic program to replace our aging infrastructure, or it'll cost more in the future. Moving on to our recommended 2023 capital improvements projects. If you go to the chart, again, we've got the 2022 funding just for the streets on the left side, which is, again, it's about $3 million. What we'd like to do in 2023 is to increase our street improvement program. That we really get the most bang for our buck because there's no water infrastructure that goes along with that. We're looking at about $1 million for that. 1.7 miles of chip seal and half a mile of mill and fill. The concrete cost share program, we find that to be it's a high visibility program. We get a lot of positive compliments on that. We'd like to increase that just a little bit from 180,000 to 210,000. And then last year, as I mentioned, or this current year, we did Sligo and Mildred. What we'd like to do is focus on the 7th Street Park area. And on the next slide, if you look at the map, it kind of shows what our priorities are. Number 1 priority is South Cedar Street. We've had multiple water leaks. The water lines are in really bad shape. And again, each of these projects has a street component and a water line component. You can kind of take a look, but these are our big ticket items. We know we're probably not going to get our top 4, but we'd like to have some combination. And again, priorities 2, 3, and 4 all make the 7th Street Park more developable. You can look at that at your leisure. Just kind of focusing on the water program way ahead. Some of the things we're looking at is completing a drought management plan, performing a rate study to make sure our rates are appropriate, and to consider increasing block rate structures, maybe charging more for the higher users. We plan on instituting mandatory summer water restrictions next summer. We do want to establish a water conservation specialist position. We also want to participate in the state turf replacement program, where the state will provide funding if people remove their lawns and replace it with something else. We think that's a good program. And again, start replacing our older pipes on a systematic 10-year plan. We also want to work on repairing and replacing defective valves and hydrants in our distribution system. The majority of our water capital improvement budget goes to support the water and street projects, the big capital improvement projects, but we do have some other projects specific to the water plant. Again, we're starting renovation of water tank 3 here shortly. That'll probably carry over into next year. We also need to improve the effluent line from the plant to tank 1, and then we need to do a dam reclassification study. Those are our top priorities out at the water plant. The hydroelectric plant has been offline since May. The generator rotor needs to be rewound at a minimum cost of $40,000. We think that's the tip of the iceberg there. The plant is 12 years old and other equipment is likely to fail. We recommend that we don't spend any more funds on repair and proceed with decommissioning of the plant. In summary, we want to focus on our most critical projects. In this case, most of them around 7th Street, around the 7th Street Park. We're working hard with Scott Baker on the grant program. We're getting ready to apply for a number of grants. We'll see how that turns out. Again, we want to begin a phased replacement of the city's outdated water infrastructure, and we're definitely building out our capital projects 1 to N list. What we'd like to do is have shovel-ready projects along with scopes of work and cost estimates so that if we do get grant money, we can move quickly on those opportunities. And that's a quick rundown of our capital improvement projects. I'd like to switch over to the refuse collection, which has had a lot of attention in the past year. Just kind of an overview of the program. For the first time since April, about 2 weeks ago, we became fully staffed, but we do have growing pains as we have a lot of new employees. We do have a positive work environment with a safety-first mindset. We've done some work on optimizing the routes and making sure they're the most efficient pathways. We've developed and updated our SOPs, and right now we're in a pretty rigorous program to upgrade and replace our dumpsters and polycarts, which were in pretty bad shape. Really, the vehicles are the last phase in the program upgrade. If you go to the next slide, our vehicles are really in bad shape. In fact, a couple of our newer ones, most of our trucks are undersized and overworked, and so we really have 4 or 5 units that are really, working beyond their capacity, and so that one of our big goals in next year's budget is to upgrade the fleet. If you go to the last slide here, revenue and expenditures. Our purpose is to ensure that we have enough revenue to operate an efficient, effective, and affordable refuse and recycling division program. We want to upgrade and modernize our vehicle fleet, and then we also want to maintain comparable market rates. If you look at our expenditures and revenues, our proposed, from the finance office, our expenditures are a little bit more than our revenues. So some of the things that we're looking at doing, we're making some minor adjustments to some of the line items, increasing them because of inflation or higher costs. But we're also decreasing the capital outlay we've got $450,000 that was in our budget for the purchase of 2 new vehicles, but we'd like to reduce that to $250,000 and go to a leasing program which would allow us to get 4 new or used vehicles. To close the delta, we need to increase the rates to make up the difference. We're looking at approximately 20% rate increase that will provide the needed revenue to maintain a positive balance while keeping our rates at or below local market rates. And again, we're working with the city manager and the finance director in the next few days to finalize our budgets. But that's just a quick overview of our big programs. If you have any questions, let me know.
Brian, when do you plan to increase the 20%?
That would probably start at the first of the year.
First of the year, okay.
On that last sheet, the 2023 expenditures, the $2.1 million, does that includes the $250,000 capital outlay? Okay, thank you.
How long would the vehicle lease be for?
I believe it was for 5 years, but I can double check and let you know. And then at the end of the 5 years, we would own those vehicles.
And with the trash rate increase, how long would it take to save up that money to be able to afford these trucks? Or would we do it at the same time?
We have that capital outlay, it's already in our budget, so we could, what's going to be the problem is even if we lease the vehicles, the time it'll take to have them delivered. You know, everything, the supply chain is really slow right now. In other departments, it's taking 8-10 months, so it may not be till the end, closer to the end of the year before we start getting our replacement vehicles.
I've got a question about the renovation of Water Tank 3. Is there any way to collaborate with the tribe on those costs? Because as I understand, we process water for them.
We're working on a new agreement. Our agreement is way out of date, and so that's something that we'll be working on here in the next month or two.
Okay. And then these road projects and water lines, extremely necessary but extremely costly.
Yeah, so, and again, those are our top 4 priorities. You know, we've got to sit down and look at our revenue stream and see what we can do. We'd like to do at least 2 of those projects or some combination of that, but again, we're having our budget meetings in the next week or so, so we'll see how well we can do.
Okay. Would there be any money coming down from that infrastructure bill?
Maybe.
Okay.
And again, as I mentioned, we're working with Scott Baker on 3 or 4 different grants with different, you know, time frames, and you know, we're hopeful, but there's no guarantee.
Beyond the water leaks, are there any health and safety issues associated with these older cast iron pipes?
No, I mean, not really. You know, we test the water on a regular basis, and generally, you know, our water is very good quality, and you know, not to say that something couldn't happen, but generally, even at the Maple Street, we quickly went out and checked, and the water was always safe, even though, you know, there's a little bit of dirt in the water. But yeah, I don't generally know. I mean, never say never, but.
The only other question I had was about the prioritization of replacing those 4-inch lines for safety. Are most of those captured in these projects on the south side of town, or
No.
is that's something that's
it's
ongoing?
much bigger than
Okay.
that.
All right, thank you.
All right, my one last comment is just I think the concrete cost share is a great thing, and also the concrete you put at the memorial and at Veterans Park, the veterans are very thankful that we did that, and so thank you for taking the lead on that and getting that in and not having them have to fundraise for that.
Thank you. And as Creighton said, we have a great team. You know, they're really supportive of the city, and you know, whatever we can do to help, we're here.
Great. All right, thank you, Brian. Okay, we will have our last presentation. Community and Economic Development Director, Rachel Marchbanks.
The next meeting starts at 7:30, right? So, okay. Are you sure there's enough time? I can bump it.
We can start our meeting late.
Came up. Thanks. All right. So my name is Rachel Marchbanks. I'm the Director of Community and Economic Development, and I have a quick presentation on what we've been up to. This is our team. It includes our building officials and fire inspector and code enforcement, marketing and events, our permit technician and deputy clerk, Cheryl Lindquist, Nancy Dosdall, our contract planner, and me. One of the council priorities is housing facilitation, and I've made many of your priorities my priority. So we're looking at identifying housing needs, developing strategies according to those needs, a project at South Neighborhood, the 7th Street, and then land use code updates using the DOLA Innovative Housing Planning Grant. The Cortez Housing Needs Assessment, it's the proposed housing needs assessment is a deep dive into assessing and quantifying Cortez housing needs to plan for the future, articulate needs and grant funders, recommend strategies, figure out our spectrum of housing, current and projected growth, workforce needs, strategies going forward. The timeline would be beginning in October and ending in March of 2023. We're expecting a $25,000 grant from CHAFA, and from the city it would cost $10,500 in this year and then $10,500 in next year. We're looking at the South Neighborhood 7th Street project as a potential housing partnership development. We applied for a technical assistant grant from a state agency, and we're told that we needed a housing needs assessment in order to help us determine better what we need to put in on that property. We're looking at applying for an innovative housing planning grant through DOLA, which will help us assess our land use code and look at different elements to help us better address housing. Other critical operational support items we're working on: ongoing planning and zoning work, code enforcement, supporting our arts committee, supporting Historic Preservation Board. I'll try to end in 2 minutes if that's okay. Do you want me to?
We can always start the meeting 5 minutes late, so don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
We want to hear what you know, what's going on.
Okay, okay. We really are doing a lot. So we have multiple projects going on in planning and zoning, developments, additions, land use code changes. Some of them will be on the agenda tonight and then the next few months. Some minor subdivisions, rezoning, site plan reviews, variances, and Board of Adjustment meetings. Code enforcement, mitigating blight, that's one of council's goals, and we've been working hard on that with helping to keep weeds, junk, graffiti, and safety hazards at bay. We support the arts committee, which is looking at a creation of a possible creative district, and the Historic Preservation Board. Building and permitting, fences, sheds, carports, shops, re-roofs, plumbing, new residential, remodels, manufactured homes, commercial remodel, and new commercial. We're working on an economic development collaboration with CREA, Cortez Chamber, Mesa Verde Country, Region 9, and the Ute Mountain, and Dolores, Mancos, and Montezuma County. Also, we work with Region 9 and other regional partners in creating the CEDS, a Community Economic Development Plan, and a Regional Roadmaps Plan. We're working on a website redesign with our project team. This is a really big project. It's a really big undertaking, multi-departmental, and that is ongoing. We hope to have some more information for you on that soon. Also, that includes an economic and community development microsite, which will give some information for businesses, current businesses and prospective businesses on demographics, incentives, licensing and permitting, commercial real estate, lifestyle, workforce development, et cetera. And then marketing and events, which is in our department as well. And that includes our support for Third Thursdays and other community events, targeted marketing for the golf course, city parks and rec facilities, employee appreciation initiatives, city beautification, mini grants to businesses, public information, press releases, and social media. And then I wanted to ask you guys, when was the best time to plant a tree? I think we're currently benefiting from things that were planted 10, 20 years ago, and that's the hope of my department, is to keep planting those trees so that future folks can benefit as well.
Great.
Has the code enforcement brought any legal action against any property owners yet?
Occasionally we do, but we try to mitigate it before it gets to that point.
I see mitigation going on and on and on and on, but it's the same offenders, and nothing seems to be happening. Can you address that?
Yeah, there are some frequent flyers, but I also think that with our the court and new judge, and we've been able to bring some to some better compliance, I believe. Yes.
So I guess I'll ask one more time. Have you brought anybody to court yet?
We have. I don't know. Carla wants to speak to that, but yes.
I don't need the details. I was
Okay.
just kind of curious
Okay.
because I have talked a little bit to the code enforcement, and they say they have no legal backbone, and I was just wondering if that was an issue that you were going to look into, or...
Yeah, we do have some legal repercussions, but we do try to avoid that if possible.
Yeah, council member, mayor, if I can maybe speak to that just briefly. We really do try to mitigate it before we have to go to court, merely because when we go to court, the reality is there's very little teeth we have. And sometimes that can turn counterproductive on us. So we try to do everything we can to avoid that. But if we have to, we do. And we go through that process, but unfortunately, the reality is we can't throw them in jail for it. So we do what we can do.
Yeah, the issue I'm seeing is the same people over and over and over, and I know code enforcement's approaching them. I see the notices on the doors, but nothing ever happens, and it's kind of like, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, Mayor and council member, if you have specific homes you're talking about, I am more than happy to talk to you about that and make sure that we're taking the appropriate action.
Any other questions?
No, I don't think so. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Rachel.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to move on to general council discussion. I know we're trying to wrap this up, but I do have two things I want to bring up, and is there anything else council members would like to bring up? Okay. One of them is Arlena brought this up at the last meeting that I wasn't unable to attend, but there is the Dolores River National Conservation Area, the NCA, that is, there's bipartisan support in our community for this, and so they've asked if we are interested in writing a letter of support as well and sending it to our Senator Michael Bennett. So I wanted to ask council if we are interested in writing a letter of support and providing that. The one thing is, though, if we are in support and want to add it to the agenda, we can't do that for another 2 weeks. And they may need the letter before then. So instead of me signing it, if they need it before then, it would be Drew signing it. So there's that. How do you guys feel?
We have to choose sides, is that the bottom line?
I guess so. I think, maybe we'll just add it to the agenda in 2 weeks. And then
I think that's the cleanest, best way to do it.
and then that way we can decide together,
Exactly.
if we want to sign this and send it.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm with that, yeah.
Okay. And then the last thing is, if Arlena wanted to express gratitude for the support that John Brooks provided to the planning team for the Rise Southwest Suicide Awareness Walk that happened this last Saturday. Since Arlena was sick, she wasn't able to make it, but saw many pictures and photos. There was over 150 attendees and is very well received and a needed event. The planning team was just very appreciative of his help, and I think this is an important mission and struggle that our community has, suicide. So thank you. All right, so we'll wrap up this meeting and we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll start our general council meeting at 7:35. All right, thank you. Tuesday, September 13th, 2022, and the time is now 7:38 p.m. Thank you all for joining us. I'll call this meeting to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Linda, can we have the roll call?
Dobry,
Here.
Rainey,
Here.
Spruill,
Here.
DeHaven,
Here.
Kiefhoffer,
Here.
Yazzie, absent, and Medina.
Here, all right. We have a quorum tonight. So then do we have approval of the agenda? Or would anyone like to make changes to amend the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, motion made by Dobry and seconded by DeHaven.
Kiefhoffer,
Aye.
DeHaven,
Aye.
Spruill,
Aye.
Rainey,
Aye.
Dobry,
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, we're moving on to item number 2 on the agenda, the consent agenda. A listing under consent agenda is a group of items to be acted on with a single motion and vote. This agenda is designed to expedite the handling of limited routine matters by City Council. Either the public or a council member may request an item may be removed from the consent agenda at the time prior to council's vote. The mayor will ask if a citizen or council member wishes to have any specific item removed from the consent agenda for discussion. All right, seeing none. A, approval of the council work session and regular agenda minutes for August 23rd, 2022. B, approval of expenditure list for September 13th, 2022 City Council meeting. C, approval of a renewal hotel and restaurant liquor license for Lounge and Lizard, Inc., DBA Lounging Lizard, located at 2 West Main Street, Cortez. And D, approval of a renewal tavern liquor license for the Cortez Conference Center, LLC, DBA Destination Grill, located at 2121 East Main Street. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion made by DeHaven and seconded by Rainey.
DeHaven,
Aye.
Rainey,
Aye.
Spruill,
Aye.
Kiefhoffer,
Aye.
Dobry,
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, we'll move on to item 3, public participation. For those who haven't participated in public participation since we've changed our rules, we have public comment cards. If you'd like to make a comment, there's no limit to the number of speakers, although public comment for this period will be held to an overall time limit of 30 minutes. Speakers have a time limit of 3 minutes per person, may only speak once, and may not cede time to another commenter. All right, we have one public comment. I'd like to invite Lisa Passell, is that how you say it? Passell. And make sure your mic is on.
Good evening, Lisa Passell, 515 Texas Street, and also a City of Cortez business owner. I'd like to speak on 2 items tonight. The first is the possible approval of a $46,000 for a housing needs assessment. Once again, I'll ask why the city has money for such items. Over and over, we're told to trim expenditures, and yet there's unlimited funds for some of these areas. $46,000, really? We're actually going to pay thousands to an outside firm to tell us we need affordable housing. We all know the housing issues. We all know there's a lack of rentals. We know real estate prices are sky high. I failed to see why we need to pay tens of thousands to be told the exact same thing. Sure, we can pay half with a grant, but it's still the taxpayer dollars. How about we attract some industries and jobs to the area? Let's spend the close to $50,000 to help businesses open that will provide higher paying jobs to area residents. We have a local housing authority. Leave the housing issues to them. The City of Cortez does not need to enter the housing arena. Did we not learn anything from our venture into fiber optic? We spent millions on a failed project. Secondly, I'd like to address the loss within the recycling program. As our finance director continues to reiterate, the refuse fund is an enterprise fund that must sustain itself on its own. Buried within the refuse fund is the recycling program. As per the July 31st, 2022 financial reports, the year-to-date revenue for the recycling program is $10,572.01. The year-to-date expenditures for the recycling program are $103,828.92. This is a loss of over $93,000. Most people don't notice the huge loss as it's buried in the refuse fund. I understand recycling is important. I also think it's outrageous to continue the program at such a loss. At the current rate, we will have close to $150,000 loss for the year, and that would go a long ways towards one of those new trucks that we need. I'm asking council members to start really looking at the pet projects and the buzz items that continually come before you for approval. So many of these are unnecessary. Let's stop spending taxpayer dollars for the unnecessary. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Any other public comment? All right. Please. Our County Commissioner, Kent Lindsay.
Madam Mayor, I would caution you that the public comment section is only for items that are not on the agenda. So keep that in mind. If the public wants to comment on an agenda item, they should wait till that item comes up on the agenda.
All right, I'll make sure to specify that from here on. All right. Is the mic on?
Yes, Mayor Medina, council, staff.
Yeah. Is it green? I don't think it.
There we go.
Perfect. Thanks
Again,
for coming.
good evening. I won't take up much of your time. I was listening in about the NCA letter, and we would appreciate a letter of recommendation from the council. This is over a many-year project that we've been doing. We stepped in and asked for a voice in this 2 years ago, and we were accepted to the table to put our wishes in for the lower Dolores down there. We felt that preserving the water rights of our community, the communities of Mancos, Dolores, and Cortez were paramount. And to ask for an NCA is probably the least damaging that could be done. Senator Bennett wrote the legislation, and then Congresswoman Boebert actually jumped in and supported us. So without going into great detail over water and all of that, we would sure appreciate a letter of recommendation from you guys in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, presentations. 4A is our National Gear Up Week proclamation, presented by Ty. Do you want to speak, or should I just read the? Okay, great. Okay, we'll have you speak about it, and then we'll have any questions, and then I'll read the proclamation.
Great. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to speak about the program. So my name is Ty Rogers, 738 Canyon Drive. I've been working for the last 4 years at Montezuma Cortez High School as the pre-collegiate advisor for Colorado Gear Up. And Gear Up stands for Gaining Early Awareness and Readiness for Undergraduate Programming. So it's a program, it's a federal grant that's administered to CDHE and then assigned to various different schools across the state. There are 15 schools in the state, and we are the only school that's in the Southwest. The only other school in the west half of the state is in Delta, so we're in the rural section that's being served by this grant, which has been in Colorado since 1999, and it's served thousands of students. It works with students from their freshman year. They sign up to be in the program, and it works with them through their first year of undergraduate studies. So this is my first year having students in their first year of undergraduate studies, which has been really great to make sure that students get off to the right start and continue with their higher education. I think we can come to understand that education can be a golden ticket for some demographics to break the cycle of poverty, and this grant focuses its service work towards first-generation and low-income kids at the high school. That's also how the different schools are selected, the 15 across the state. So it's been really wonderful for me to be a mentor, to work with these kids through their whole high school career, and to then make sure that they're off to the right start in college. Just a couple of different little numbers to compare our outcomes to the state. The state average for matriculation into college is about 50%. And those numbers are coming from pandemic, kind of post-pandemic stuff where it was really hit. And that's about 50%. For small rural communities, it's about 43% matriculation rate. Gear Up has about an 80% success rate. So we are really doing a lot of focused one-on-one mentoring, making sure the kids are getting what they need. And the idea of the National Gear Up Week, which will be the week of, I'm sorry, I don't have the dates in front of me, but I think it's on the proclamation. It's in like 2 weeks, I think. It's the same week as homecoming, so it's going to be a lot of things that we'll be doing in conjunction with some of the homecoming events at the high school are like dress according to themes, and one of the days will be hosted by me. That'll be Dress for Success, kind of dress as the professional you want to be. So if a kid wants to be a welder, they'll come in their welding gear. If they want to be a paramedic, they'll come in their paramedic gear. As well as kids who want to just be professional, come dressed with a tie, perhaps. So those are all kinds of things that we're about celebrating, about making awareness about the program, and that's why National Gear Up Week is a part of this process, to just make sure that the community understands the impact that we're trying to have and trying to help our community members become healthy, successful citizens, you know, inside our community and out. You may know also that there's a huge discrepancy between the high demand, top tier jobs in Colorado and the amount of students that are graduating with those kinds of degrees. So there's a real supply and demand problem. And this is one of those things that's trying to address that issue, to say, in the future, we need to have lots of professionals, and how do we keep that pipeline vibrant? You guys have any questions? I had hoped to get a few students to join me. They actually are offered extra credit in their American government class for coming to city council meetings. So hopefully, maybe not for my presentation, but maybe that'll start being a nice little presence of high schoolers here.
We also have a youth commission group or committee.
Yeah, I'm sure some of my students are on that as well, right? So it's great because I've got a lot of really smart kids that I get to work with.
We also have youth positions on our Parks and Rec board.
Yeah, and I have if you guys didn't know, I'm also on the Arts Committee, and we have a youth position for that as well. So we're trying to get those kids involved, and I'll be presenting this also to the school board next week, same day.
Great.
So really trying to just get the PR, the word out, because it is a federal grant. It is, you know, taxpayer supported, and we want to just make sure that our taxpayers are going towards, our taxpayer dollars are going towards good causes.
All right, if there's no questions, thank you, Ty, and I'll read the proclamation. Thanks for letting us know exactly what this is. All right, the City of Cortez proclamation. Whereas gaining early awareness and readiness for undergraduate programs, Gear Up is a federally funded competitive grant program designed to increase the number of low-income students who are prepared to enter and succeed in post-secondary education. And whereas Gear Up serves low-income, minority, and disadvantaged students and their families from underserved communities who might be the first person in their family to go to college. And whereas Gear Up provides 7-year grants to states or partnerships to deliver support and resources to students and their families starting in 9th grade throughout high school and onward to fulfill their dreams of obtaining a post-secondary education. And whereas Gear Up includes interventions such as tutoring, mentoring, rigorous academic preparation, financial education, and college scholarships to improve access to higher education for low-income, minority, and disadvantaged first-generation students and their families. And whereas Gear Up is built around public-private partnerships, enlisting the formidable resources of government, business, and community groups to support low-income students as they prepare to enter and succeed in college. And whereas the Colorado Gear Up is a partnership of the Colorado Department of Higher Education and the Governor's Office. And whereas the week of September 26, 2022 has been declared National Gear Up Week. And whereas Cortez is committed to providing a quality education for all students, helping them to achieve their highest potential. Now therefore, I, Rachel Medina, Mayor of the City of Cortez, do hereby proclaim the week of September 26, 2022 as National Gear Up Week in the City of Cortez, and I urge all citizens to join me in this special observance. Sign this day, the 13th day of September 2022. All right. Okay, we'll move on to 4B under presentations. Our 2022 July financial statements presented by Kelly Koski, our Finance Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In your packets this evening, you'll find the July 2022 financial statements. Just a couple of highlights. The golf course green fees revenue is up already 82.4% of what was projected for the year. So they're seeing a large turnout of people out there playing golf, even though the greens may not be as pristine as Creighton would like for them to be. Our outdoor pool revenue also is almost double over what was projected. I know that season is winding down, and I think that shows a really nice turnout from the community to use that asset that the city has. I think it's well appreciated by the community. Leadership team and staff have been working diligently on the 23 budget. We have had meetings with all of the department leaders at this point. We've had some presentations that were really excellent, and we've had some presentations that needed a little more polish. So we're not quite done with all of the department head meetings with the leadership teams, but we are continuing those throughout the rest of this week, trying to get through the final stretch, preparing for the Saturday meeting with all of you. One thing to note about our 23 budget, and we'll have several conversations and discussions about this. We've had several requests from outside agencies for funding in our 23 budget. I think even outside of the normal requests that you would receive for the community grant programs, we're seeing several other requests on top of that. So leave some room in that discussion on Saturday for those. Does anybody have any questions?
Kelly, can you remind the public on our the public transparency piece of the budget, and if that's open for comments and how those will be?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. The City of Cortez has a transparency piece. It is located at cleargov.co.cortez. It's also can be found on the City of Cortez webpage. It's at the very top. It says transparency piece. There's a place in there where people can go in and take a look at how the city planned their 22 budget and make comments about what they think their priorities should be for the 23 budget. We'll collect all of those when we go into the meeting on Saturday so that council can also have a chance to review all of those. And so far we haven't received as many this year as we did last year. And not a word from any of our pickleball people this year. So disappointing. But yes, we'd encourage the community to go out there, make your comments about what you think the city should be spending their money on. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, and that Saturday that City Council is meeting for the budget is the 24th. So we would love to hear your comments and what your priorities are and what we should spend our money on and not prior to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Okay, we'll move on to 5 public hearings. 5A is resolution number 24, series 2022. And will you make sure a mic is turned more towards you? Thank you.
Even on, I'm not sure which one to use here. This request is for a 3-lot preliminary plat. It's been a little complicated and difficult to explain, so I'm going to go through it probably in a little more detail than I might have for a 3-lot subdivision, but bear with me. It's has some confusing issues. So the request here, this is the property, is about 16 acres. I'm outlining it here. It's the large vacant lot, kind of behind the old Walmart Plaza. It includes the recently constructed American Family Care lot with the parking lot and the building pad there. There are 2 small lots that are not part of this subdivision and aren't owned by this owner. The request here is to create a total of 3 lots, 2 small lots out front on the highway, East Main there. One that will encompass all the improvements for American Family Care. Another one that will include the remainder portion of the parking lot, plus what looks like what's proposed as a building pad on Main there. There'll be access through the back. It's already really constructed, but easements will be provided. The remaining portion of the property will be simply detached from the 2 small lots, and there is no current proposal for use of that large property. Okay, I'll try harder. Can you hear me now? This here shows the 2 small parcels that will be created. It just shows in more detail. I think the other critical or important piece here is that there's a small strip here that is proposed to be dedicated as part of the existing North Texas street. So the criteria for the reason this is proposed as a major subdivision rather than a minor subdivision, which generally a minor subdivision process is used when it's 4 or fewer parcels. In this case, we only have 3 parcels. But the reason it got bumped to a major subdivision is that highlighted in yellow, sorry, I'm choking here, portion which says that if you're dedicating streets or they're widened, that it becomes a major subdivision. So in other words, it's kind of backwards there, but you can't use the minor subdivision process if any streets are to be dedicated. When the proposal came in, there was the small strip to be dedicated adjacent to North Texas. So we had to, thank you, bump it into a major subdivision. I know that's created some confusion with the neighbors regarding what's proposed there. It's otherwise eligible for a minor subdivision except for the street dedication issue there. I thought it was important also to highlight the criteria that we use as far as to approve or review a subdivision. Again, I've highlighted a part that's caused some concern with the neighbors. And that part is that we are to review the subdivision as requested for compliance with the Cortez Thoroughfare Plan, the street standards of the city, the existing street pattern in the area, and with all applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan. All right, so this is your major street plan, overview of it, showing, delineating the categories of streets plus proposed extensions of existing streets. I gave you a blow-up here of the area in question, which is pretty much right in here, okay? And what this shows is, right now, Texas Street is partially developed. There is right-of-way dedicated in this blue color. It's already dedicated through to Downing Street. The road has not been constructed. The street plan does show in the future someday that Montezuma Avenue here, I guess I cut off the name there, would connect on through the shopping center somehow and connect with Hawkins at the light on Main. Oops. The purple here, this is Kansas Street up here. I think we have Downey here. It also shows Kansas Street being connected on down to that future connection of Montezuma Ave. So this is just the adopted plan currently, and as I showed you, the criteria is to review the subdivision as proposed against the major street plan, so at that point, what we did was took a look at this subdivision, saw that streets are proposed to be extended through that large vacant parcel. Staff has reviewed it, the Planning Commission has reviewed it. We didn't find any other issues with the subdivision, so we are recommending approval of the preliminary plat. Planning Commission looked at this on September 6th with 3 conditions, and I put these up there because I know they've been of concern to the neighbors. The first one is a standard condition that they meet the plat meet all requirements of utility providers, etc. The second one, however, is to dedicate all property, and I'm going to go back and show you what we're talking about here. All property, what they've proposed to dedicate here, and then when we look at these 2 parcels, of course this isn't showing too well, you'll see that there's a narrow strip adjacent to these 2 lots that aren't part of the subdivision that the surveyor is showing part of this larger parcel. In other words, these 2 lots that aren't owned by the applicant have a strip of the applicant's land in between them and the existing right-of-way for North Texas Street. So what we're recommending there with that last condition is that that little triangle, very narrow, actually be dedicated to the city so that, right here, so that those parcels aren't blocked by by a separate landowner. So in other words, they'll have direct access to right-of-way for North Texas. I think the third one is the condition that's causing some consternation with the neighbors. That condition says that prior to recording that plat, the plat shall be revised to be compliant with the master street plan by dedicating right-of-way for the future locations of Montezuma Ave and North Kansas Street. And I want to explain what we mean by that, which is dedicating right-of-way. It does not mean building the streets. So in other words, we would have the exact same situation that we have with the northern part of North Texas, where we would have dedicated right-of-way, but no street constructed. The concept there is that should that larger tract be future subdivided or be subdivided further in the future, or a future use come in that wants to use that entire tract, which is a little hard to imagine, there would already be city right-of-way dedicated to address the major street plan and provide for future connections should the city still desire those in the future. Any questions?
I think the Montezuma connection is a really important connection for safety as we grow and for development, especially having that light there at Hawkins. And so I'd hate to, the Master Streets plan is to help us make sure that we keep through roads in mind as things like this come up. So I was glad to see that in the recommendation. Is the property owner amenable to it, and do they understand what it means? That like a street isn't going to be built there tomorrow. It just means in the future, when that becomes necessary, that that's already there. Yes. Okay. Okay. So thanks for your thoroughness.
I'm going to leave that up in case.
Okay. I guess my other question is how wide is that going to be? Because I know Montezuma Ave varies in right-of-way width throughout town. Is it going to be 60, 80, or 100?
I'll have to go back and verify with the plan, but I believe it's a 60-foot right-of-way at that section.
Okay. All right, if we have no questions, we'll open up to public comment.
I was wanting to protest it.
All right, just speak into the microphone, and there's one lower too, if that's easier for you. Perfect.
Okay, I'm not sure after listening to her what she's wanting to do or what they are wanting to do with Montezuma Avenue. So can you clarify that?
Do you want me to?
And let me butt in here too, I guess. Where is Texas Street partially completed? Or
so in the map, is it paved to a certain point? And then it's paved and then it kind of dead ends, yes. But the dedicated right-of-way goes all the way up to East Downey. So there's already a strip of land that's essentially dedicated to the city. It's not privately owned, I guess.
That strip is not, and what is it, 15 feet wide or 16 feet?
I think it's 60 feet.
50 feet, but Texas Street is 50
okay.
feet.
50 feet, yeah.
But what about Montezuma? From Henry Street over to Texas Street.
So this would go from Texas to the edge of the east edge of the property.
I'm sorry, you lost me on that.
Thank you, Nancy.
From here, which is Texas Street, over to the east side of the property. That would not be affected at all. It can't be. It's not owned by this owner.
So you're going to put in another Montezuma Avenue over here?
Simply right-of-way.
Yeah, right-of-way can exist in perpetuity, whether the road is built tomorrow or 50 or 100 years from now. It's just planning for the future when that property does develop, that there's a through street.
Okay, we talked about lots 1 and 2, which are the ones that are facing the city street, correct?
1 and 2 are on Main Street.
Yeah, 1 and 2 are on Main Street. So our concern is lot 3. And what is going to be happening with it? Honestly.
Nothing is planned at this point.
Okay, so nothing is planned, but do you have plans to make plans?
I'm sure someday, yes.
Okay.
Nothing in the foreseeable future is planned.
Okay, because I know there's not just us who are upset about that piece of land being renovated or something. Some lady was here last week who said she enjoyed watching the livestock, squirrels and foxes and prairie dogs. And there's several people who like the sagebrush. In fact, we got a lot of hell for tearing out sagebrush. Okay? So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Do we need name and... Okay, and do you mind stating your name just for the record, for public?
My name is Kay Garling House, 33 North Texas.
Great.
And he's Jim.
All right, thank you, Kay and Jim.
James ought to make it official.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other public comment for this particular item? Great. And then state your name and address. Thank you.
Gary Unrein, 1902 Downey Avenue, directly north of this lot right across the street. We have all of you know where Empire, basically where that subdivision is. It's one of the nicer subdivisions in town. And I have some real concerns. The way that plat's laid out, it really causes me concern. They didn't buy that land. They bought that land to make money. And I'm really concerned about what's going to go in there. Anything with a high volume. Last year, Kansas Street was dirt. Downey Street was falling apart. The city come in and chip sealed both of them. Those streets cannot take heavy traffic. They'll disintegrate in a year. They'll look like they did a year ago. We have no street lights on Downey. There are, things that concern me for my own benefit, of course, and my neighbors, the community over there. It's zoned commercial. They can put anything. They could put a wrecking yard in there. They can put anything in there if you read the bylaws. And I'm really concerned about what they're putting in there because one lot is zoned 15 acres. One of my biggest concerns is that it's going to be high occupancy housing with a 50-foot height limit. An eyesore for me and the community over in that neighborhood. Also, coming off of the east edge where Montezuma Avenue right-of-way is, they're going to come off of Kansas Street, go down into Hawkins. The liquor store down there has their dock. They back a semi up there once a day, I'm sure. The drive-up windows there, you all know where that is, that little narrow passageway right through the shopping center. And, to me, that's an ugly situation. I have real concerns about the entire plat and what's going to happen on it. I know that they're saying they don't have any plans, but people plan to make money. And they're not going to just let it sit there. And anyway, thanks for listening to me, and I hope you consider what I'm saying, and appreciate it.
All right, any other public comment? All right, we'll close the public comment section. Do Nancy and Rachel want to address any concerns, or do we?
Not unless you have any questions.
Okay.
The
Does council-
applicant want to speak?
I don't have any items this year unless there are any questions. You've been contacted by a few of the neighbors that have had concern about development there. I don't know where the high occupancy housing rumor got started, but at least it wasn't by myself. So as all those in attendance may realize, whenever we do propose to do something, we'll have to go back through the whole process for future subdivision of whatever that may be. So it's not as though this approves anything and everything we'd want to do there in the future. Any questions by yourself, Mayor, or the City Council that I could address or clarify?
I don't think so. Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you.
All right, any more discussion, or do we have a motion to propose?
I just want to say, I guess, that, you know, this is one of those situations in which we're really talking about developing a couple of much smaller lots compared to the much bigger lot. And I think that when we look to the future, that's, you know, what planning and zoning really does. And so our focus, to me, this evening really is on the two smaller lots. And the bigger one, yeah, it probably one day will be developed, I'm sure. But if there aren't plans for it right now, I feel like, you know, down the road, there'll be an opportunity to address those as those plans arise. And you know, at this point, it's just kind of a mystery. It's out there. But tonight we can focus on the two lots that we're talking about.
Can I reopen public comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, you're the chair, you're.
Okay, we'll reopen public comment. So it's just state your name and address before you.
James Garlinghouse, 33 Texas. What I'm wanting to find out is how big is the whole 15 acres going to go into subdivision?
That's speculation onto future plans. This is really just them breaking off the small lots that have existing building and
Well,
leaving
okay.
the rest.
So, in other words, they break it off, they make part of it subdivision, part of it sagebrush, because certain parties like their sagebrush. We know what we're talking about, but nobody else does, I guess. Any questions towards me?
I think as a neighbor, it's our planning process, if any development is proposed for this future tract, you will be alerted, and we'll have the same process, and we'll be able to hear your comments.
But the further it goes, the less I have to say about it. Seems like to me, I mean, you get whatever. I'm just an old country boy. I like my country. I don't like sagebrush. I cleared from Downey Street to Texas Street and put it to grass. Big deal, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know where I'm going. What I really want to know is how much of the 15 acres is going to be in subdivision, and you tell me that's up to further notice. Yeah, I can see that. So I have no further comment, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you for being here tonight.
I try.
Madam Mayor, if I could add a little clarification, what's before you now is a preliminary plat, and it's a subdivision. Subdivision is just the process of breaking larger parcels into smaller parcels. So this started out as a single lot, and the applicant wants to create 3 smaller lots. 2 of them are much smaller, and the remaining lot it's still part of the subdivision. It is being subdivided, but subdivision doesn't detail usage. That's a zoning question, and if and when the applicants desire to build on those subdivided lots, there's another process that they go through in order to comply with that. So this is simply just splitting the lot, one parcel into 3 smaller parcels, one of which happens to be 15 acres, give or take, but it doesn't dictate what the uses may or may not be for those 3 lots that are created. And you have in the code criteria for evaluating the splitting of property through the subdivision process, but it is a separate process from the zoning process.
All right, with that, we'll close public comment. Any more discussion from council? All right, do we have a motion on this?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution Number 24, Series 2022, approving preliminary plat for the Siebert Cortez LLC subdivision, a 3-lot subdivision on the E1/2 Southwest 1/4 S25 T36N R16W NPPM located in the Commercial Highway Zoning District with the conditions that were stated.
Second.
All right, motion made by Kiefhoffer and seconded by Dobry.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
Spruill.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, we'll move on to item 5B, resolution number 23, series 2022, regarding Champion Express Car Wash. Oh, this has been postponed to a later date of October 11th, our first meeting in October on the second Tuesday. Is that all I need to say? Okay. All right, we'll move on to 6, unfinished business. We have none. So 7, new business. 7A is a letter of support for Region 9 Middle Mile Fiber Network Project, presented by Rick Smith, our General Services Director, and Shaq Powers, whatever your title is.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. Before they go, I want to thank the Garling houses for making sure my CPR certifications were always up to date. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Region 9 is submitting a grant request on behalf of the 5 counties of Region 9 to the State of Colorado Broadband Office and the federal NTIA for a regional middle mile project for fiber optics. This project would provide fiber along Highway 160 starting in Cortez and ultimately going clear to Walsenburg. We're requesting letters of support from the city for the grant process, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Shaq Powers for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, honorable council members, and thank you, Rick. You'll remember I was in here in July and I presented you the maps of how this broadband project was coming together and the needs that it was going to meet. As part of the grant application that we are preparing to turn into the NTIA at the end of September, it asks questions about ownership, decision-making, things like that. In order to complete that with the governments that make up Region 9, we're going to need an IGA, which obviously is more work than we will be able to complete by the end of September. So we're asking for this letter saying that contingent upon getting grant funding, that the City of Cortez would participate in establishing the procedures by which the fiber is managed, procedures for decision-making, amending plans as necessary, and resolving disputes within the region. So asking for that letter tonight to indicate the city's intent to continue to move forward, assuming that we get the grant funding. Also, the total grant request is going to be around $87 million with a 30% match. And I was talking to Drew, and he said, just go ahead and ask City Council for the check for the match, and they'd be happy to grant that.
Objection, Mayor.
I'm just kidding on that. We did, we've come up with $11.2 million in match, and CDOT's been a great partner on that, as well as Empire Electric, so we're moving along well on that.
Great. Does council have any questions for Shaq or Rick? Robert? Or are you gonna make? So no money right now, just a letter of support?
That's correct, and at some point we'll be asking for an IRU, an indefeasible right of use, to connect to 2 strands of city fiber and 2 strands of county fiber to get us across the section that goes from the 2210 location east of Cortez to the G2 hut south of Cortez. And we'd like to count that as in-kind match, but we're not asking for any financial contributions from the city since the city has their fiber network built.
Okay, great.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the letter of support for Region 9 to apply for the Middle Mile Fiber Network Project and authorize the mayor to sign it.
Second.
All right, motion made by Dobry and seconded by Sproul.
Dobry.
Aye.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Sproul.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, 7B on our agenda, ordinance
Thank
number. Yeah, thank you guys, appreciate it. Okay, yeah, so I'll just read this, but it's for informational purposes only. So ordinance number 1303, Land Use Code Amendment regarding accessory dwelling units has been postponed. The first reading of this ordinance will be September 27th, 2022, and the second reading and public hearing is scheduled for October 11th, 2022. 7C is ordinance number 1305, Land Use Code Amendment regarding food trucks, and ordinance number 1311, Land Use Code Amendment regarding affordable housing has been postponed. First reading for these ordinances will be October 11th, 2022, and second reading and public hearing is scheduled for October 25th, 2022. All right, so then we'll move on to 7D. Council will consider, ordinance number 1310, series 2022, presented by Nancy.
Thank you. As you can see, we've been working on code amendments, and this, I guess we got a little ambitious, so the first one we're bringing you is a very simple one, so consider this practice for your upcoming code amendments. This code amendment was necessitated by Colorado House Bill 21-1222, which became effective on September 8th of 2021. The bill requires local agencies to treat all licensed family child care homes the same as they would a single-family dwelling. Our existing land use code does allow small home-based child care facilities as a permitted use in all zones except O, that allow single-family homes without any additional regulation. So small child care homes are currently compliant with the new House bill. However, large home-based child care facilities, which by the code are defined as 12 or less children, are currently conditional uses in all zones except O, that allow single-family homes. So the existing code, while compliant with small, needs to be revised for the large home-based facilities. The recommended change is to simply change them from conditional uses to permitted uses. The House bill does not apply to non-home-based child care facilities, which can and will remain conditional uses in all zones. The Planning Commission reviewed this request or amendment proposal on September 6th and is recommending approval. This is just the first reading. It's not a public hearing, but we're requesting that you consider it and set it for public hearing on September 27th. Do you have any questions?
So just to reiterate, this is allowing home-based childcare to go from conditional, where they have to go through these meetings, to permitted.
Correct.
Okay, great.
And it was a Colorado House bill that recently passed?
Yeah,
That
in
kind of
21/12/22.
So we're just catching up to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was somewhat confusing. Look at the small, I had to call them to clarify whether it would apply to large childcare homes, and they clarified that it does.
All right, no questions. Do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance number 1310, Series 2022 on first reading, amending the City of Cortez Land Use Code, Section 3.05, regarding the reclassification of large home-based childcare facilities from conditional uses to permitted uses in RE, R-2, R-1, MH, and NB zones, and set for public hearing September 27th.
Second.
All right, motion made by Kiefhoffer and seconded by DeHaven.
Dobry.
Aye.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
Spruill.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, let's move on to 7E, bid proposal results for the 2023 City of Cortez Housing Needs Assessment. Presented by Rachel Marchbanks.
Hello again, Madam Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're bringing to you a proposal request for a housing needs assessment. This is just one step in our process of facilitating the development of housing for the City of Cortez. We've heard from businesses, schools, the hospital, nursing homes, other health care facilities. They have expressed major difficulties in attracting and hiring workers because they cannot find housing that they can afford. The city is committed to doing its part in facilitating the development of workforce housing, and part of that is determining the amount of housing and what on the spectrum of the housing continuum from rentals, starter homes, and beyond is needed, and what are the best strategies for us moving forward. Also, in addition to our workforce needing housing, we have an aging population. Folks are retiring, and those who are coming in to fill the jobs that they are leaving, such as teachers, nurses, firemen, police, hospitality workers, and also normal demographic changes, such as kids growing up. We need to do what we can as a city to facilitate housing development to keep up with those normal housing changes. The housing needs assessment will be a deep dive into Cortez's specific needs. We are unique in the county and the region. It will not only help determine what is needed and how much is needed, but it will also help determine strategies that we can pursue as a government entity to help facilitate housing development. From a city standpoint, it could mean public-private partnerships, programs that help put in and pay for needed infrastructure, land use code changes, and other ways we can incentivize housing development. It will help us determine these things and put us in a better position for once-in-a-generation grants that are available or coming available for infrastructure and housing development. For example, there was a grant that we applied for recently, a technical assistance grant, and they told us we needed a housing needs assessment first. So let me know if you have any questions regarding the recommendation on this particular proposal.
Do you have a sheet showing what the benefits are of giving them or paying $46,000? I think you just read off a sheet. Do you have that available for us?
Sure. Yeah, these are just some notes that I took, but yeah, I can make that available for you.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know what we're getting for that money.
Okay. And the other thing is that a state organization has said they have $25,000 to go towards the support of the housing needs assessment. And depending on when they are able to front us the money, which I believe will be this calendar year, then we would be able to put our match, half of it this year, which would be $10,500, and half of it next year, which would be $10,500. So the outlay, as far as the city goes, is not that big, and the benefits are in my opinion, big, because it will help set us up for other potential grants regarding housing facilitation.
I just want to make a quick comment. I think having a housing needs assessment is vital for our community. We all know that there's issues out there, but without data, we really can't do anything to support those. And we also can rely on some advice from experts that work in this area. And it's also not abnormal for cities to help with housing, and it's happening throughout Colorado because of the lack of housing.
The one other thing I wanted to say, and you touched on it, is about our code, our zoning code. We know that we're not building the number of housing units that we need at the moment, and I think everybody up here recognizes that at least part of that is code related, and I do think one of the real benefits of this will be to help us write better code to encourage the housing that we do need.
And infrastructure is expensive, so if this helps us get bigger grants to help, kind of fund things and move the needle, I think that's a huge benefit.
Yes, that's one thing as a city we run into a lot, is the need for, housing. Building housing is expensive, and if you're a contractor, you'll build housing that will, make the most money for your company. And if there's a huge outlay in money regarding infrastructure in order to put in housing, then chances are the housing itself is going to be more expensive.
All right, any further discussion, or do we have a motion for this?
I'd just like to make a comment before we go forward.
Great. David?
Madam Chair, I believe you need to open it up for public comment before you make your motion.
Do we, on new business?
It's a resolution. I would recommend you allow public comment.
It's actually just a motion to approve.
A motion to approve.
The authorization for us to apply for, oh no, sorry, I've got the wrong one. Anyway, you guys have got that. It's just a motion that we can accept this proposal.
But I would recommend anytime the council is going to vote on an item, that to the extent you have public that may want to comment on it, you would be ahead in allowing comment before you make your vote.
Okay, I'll open this up to public comment. Well, let's hear from David first before I open it up, sorry.
I just wanted to put this forward, is that this is change that is inevitable. We're going to have smaller houses. We're going to have smaller pieces of land to build those houses on. It's inevitable. It's change that we can't prevent. So addressing this ahead of time, actually we're not ahead of time, but addressing it now is, I think, by far the best solution.
So do you want, I can,
I'll open this up to public comment. Name and address.
Susan Chemnitz, 511 South Cedar Street. I think somehow that it seems like we always try to go about things the wrong way. So since I've come here, I see this emphasis on getting all this tourism business in here, and that's good. But the problem with that is that tourism, most of the jobs are very low paying. And I would really like to see the city, if you're going to spend money, to spend it on attracting businesses that actually pay a decent living wage. Because I look around and I'm like, what kind of jobs do you get? You have all these motels and hotels, and, you know, there's only a few jobs that are with those kind of businesses that pay any kind of decent wage. So if you pay the people, if you bring in these businesses and they're paid a living wage, then they can afford the better housing. Instead of spending all the money on this, you know, this really cheap housing, you could make these people's lives much better by doing something about getting businesses in here that actually pay wages that are living wages, and diversify. So, you know, I don't know. Please consider that instead of just always doing, you know, something that makes things worse. You know, this isn't going to help anybody. You know, you're going to have all this housing that costs a lot for the city to pay, which is, you know, coming out of our taxes. And, you know, that's just all those people still have those jobs that where they can never advance. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Susan.
John Kennedy, 620 Empire. Just clarify, since I've been living in the Summits, we've gotten some new businesses in. Gustavo's, we're getting the Popeyes, a couple of car washes that might be coming in. So that's a boost on our job market. Thank you.
All right, any other public comments? All right, I'll close the public comment section. And I just want to address some concerns. I hear what you're saying, and I think, you know, the city is not going to get into the real estate or the landlord business. What we are doing is, you know, what can we do to help facilitate development? I mean, developers are not, you know, flooding here and building the inventory that we need. So what we're doing is seeing where we can fit and updating our land use code, partnering with people to kind of move the needle on housing. I guess I can't remember what else I was going to say, but
Can I make a...
Please.
I would imagine that I would vote for this bid proposal for several reasons. Number one, we need to find out what we need, and we already know what we need, and we need more housing. But we need to go about it correctly. We need to use the land use code, and maybe we're not up to date on our land use code, and maybe we can help these developers who come in by making it more cost-effective for them if the city cooperates. However, before I spend $20,000 of the city's money, I'd like to know what we're going to get. So I would not approve asking the housing or specify amount of money right now until I know what we're going to get. I want to know what the bang for our buck's going to be. And I just don't have enough information right now. If you have that, I'll look at it right now.
I do, and I believe it was included as an attachment, but the proposal, the housing needs assessment proposal.
Go to page 151.
Okay.
Yeah. But I can mention a few highlights if you'd like.
This is great. I didn't see that, so I'll read through it and
okay.
just take me a second.
Okay, yeah, it's real specific.
And I do think one thing to highlight, going to a Region 9 presentation on the Southwest, we all assume that single-family housing is the answer to everything, and we've overbuilt single-family housing, and that in this presentation, you know, the numbers may have changed, but that's 80% of our inventory, while it's only 30% of the demand. You know, so I think this would help us understand, do we need more townhomes or, you know, single level condos for, you know, the older folks who don't want to have to take care of a lawn? Do we need more apartment buildings? Do we, you know, what are those other types of housing that, you know, we just don't know those answers.
I did read through it, and the most expensive part of the whole project was problems, challenges, and recommendations, and including review of regulatory policies. So that's exactly what I would want if we were to get this funded. And yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to award the 2023 Cortez, or City of Cortez Housing Needs Assessment Project to Willowford LLC in the bid amount of $46,000 and authorize the city manager to negotiate and enter into professional services contract with Willowford LLC.
Second.
All right, motion made by DeHaven and seconded by Dobry.
Spruill.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, we're on 7F now of the agenda. Yeah, 7. 7F, approval to apply for housing incentives grant from DOLA.
Back on the topic of housing, and actually we're going to be hearing a lot about this. Should we pursue this grant and be awarded it? So as we were previously talking, housing availability, including rental starter homes and other affordable housing for the workforce, is at an all-time low in the city and in surrounding areas. Current and future economic and social impacts could be far-reaching. The city's current land use code will need to be adjusted to follow best practices in order for the city to address this issue, which is what we're looking at applying for with this grant. So we seek to apply for some funding with this funding assistance from the Colorado Department of Local Affairs Innovative Housing Strategy Grant. The grant deadline is coming up October 5th. The city intends to use the funds to develop innovative land use policies and regulations in order to facilitate and incentivize the development of workforce housing. And I can go into further detail if you like, specifically on what we would like to use this grant for, but it is very specific to land use code adjustments, because our current land use code, as we are talking about in planning and zoning, and we'll be talking with council in the next few months, does not facilitate very well at housing development, including there are some things that we could look at regarding that, and we've been encouraged by developers to do just that. So we're hoping to apply for this grant through DOLA, and we need your permission to apply for it. No, we're looking at, actually, it's not even going to be that amount, but we put up to $175,000 for the grant with a 25% match.
All right, any questions?
The only question I had is, would any of the housing needs assessment matching money that we allocate be able to be used as part of the match for this grant as well?
I believe not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that the City Council authorize the City of Cortez Community and Economic Development Department to apply for the Colorado Department of Local Affairs Innovative Housing Strategy Grant for up to $175,000 and to provide a 25% match.
Second.
All right, motion made by DeHaven and seconded by Rainey.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Spruill.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, 7G is an intergovernmental agreement with Montezuma County to act as the grant pass-through for the previously approved DOLA IHOP grant.
Yes, hello again. So yes, in order to apply for the IHOP Housing Strategy Grant through DOLA, we have approached the county to see if they would agree to be a pass-through, and they have agreed, and in your packet is an IGA, which was actually written by our city attorney. The IGA, Intergovernmental Agreement, in that agreement, the city proposes to act as the grantee for the grant, carry out all the work and requirements of the grantee as specified in any agreements the county or the city may enter into with DOLA as part of the award. And we agreed to compensate the county for its services in the amount of 2% of the grant funds received. The 2% administration fee will come from the grant's budget.
And the county has us, because it says the county, as the grantee, will carry out the work and requirements, so they have someone that can do that?
Go ahead. The city, let's see, the county grantee for the grant. We would act as the grantee, so they're just going to be a pass-through, which is basically they would receive the money and then they would send it to us, and we would do the reporting.
Okay. Well, thank you, Montezuma County.
Yes.
All right, if there's no questions, motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the IGA agreement with Montezuma County to act as a grant pass-through for the DOLA IHOP grant.
Second.
Motion made by Dobry and seconded by DeHaven.
Madam Mayor, if I could, the agreement, when we drafted it, had the effective date being in August. I don't know that there's a magic number as to what date it should be effective, but since it's getting finally approved by the city in September, it might be appropriate to say that the agreement amended to reflect an effective date of today would be appropriate.
Okay, so we need to amend the motion.
Well, they vote
I'd like to amend my motion to reflect the date.
Second.
All right, motion made by Dobry and seconded by DeHaven.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
Spruill.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, 7H, resolution number 25, series 2022. Presented by Nancy.
This is a request for an encroachment permit by Patricia L. Behrens. The property is addressed as 102 East North Street. The proposed encroachment is 0.6 of a foot into Beach Street right-of-way. The property is zoned neighborhood business. It has been used variously as a residence and commercial office. Ms. Behrens is hoping to use it, or is using it as a residence. It appears that it was, from county records, constructed in 1943. When Ms. Behrens purchased the property recently, a survey showed that there was the encroachment into Beach Street right away. I had to figure it out, but 0.6 of a foot is 7.2 inches. The section 6.26 of the land use code does allow for encroachment permits when it appears to be an inadvertent encroachment by an existing building that was constructed prior to city regulations for setback requirements or inspections. Given that the structure was constructed in 1943, it does, I'll give it that the area of encroachment does appear to be an add-on. It does not appear to be recent, and county records didn't identify it. There is a 7-foot side yard setback, which this property does not comply with. However, no variance is necessary. It would simply be legal nonconforming. The Planning Commission, other findings, it does appear that the existing structure does not conflict with the existing sidewalk. Like we said, it's been there for a long time. It also appears there may be other encroachments along that section of North Beach Street. The Planning Commission reviewed this at their meeting on September 6th. They have recommended approval, and so is staff. Are there any questions?
I have a question. Yeah, I was just going to say, looking at this map, it looks like 101 East Montezuma is probably encroaching on as well. I guess, do we alert people or do we just let them? Okay. And then my other question is, with an encroachment permit, do we have to do a new one every time the property changes ownership?
I would guess it runs with the land, like most permits. The idea of an encroachment permit is that it is revocable. If you ever wanted to widen the road, widen the sidewalks, of course, you'd be asking them to take their building down, but.
Yeah, just I feel like it'd be hard to keep track of when this changes hands and say like, oh, hey, you're gonna now have to come for an encroachment permit. So is this a kind of in perpetuity regardless of who owns the property?
With the resolution, it appears that it would, well, attorney, it doesn't say it doesn't run with the land, so I'm gonna say that it does.
Yeah, I haven't seen the permit form, so I'm not sure exactly what we state with respect to, but I would recommend certainly that our form would be run with the land and not be specific to a particular owner. But I don't know that the form says that now.
I'm gonna say that there's no form, that the resolution itself is used as the permit.
Okay, yeah, my concern just comes from our previous attorney I guess, led me to believe that it was based on the property owner. So I just wanted to make sure that, that's not the case, and that, just to kind of have a cleaner process.
Mayor, this is clearly going to take a little bit more research, so we'll do that, but if at all possible, yes, you're absolutely right. We will make sure that that applies to the property, not the property owner. As I'm reading this, as even the resolution, I think it's open for interpretation a little bit, so I think we have a chance at this point, once we issue the permit, to do just that.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, if there's no further discussion, do you have, or make a motion?
I would make a motion that we approve the encroachment permit for 102 East North Street to encroach .6 into the Beach Street row as submitted by Patricia L. Burns through P&Z Resolution Number 10, Series 2022.
Second.
All right, motion made by Spruill and seconded by DeHaven.
Councilmember Spruill, it is resolution number 25. I'm not sure where 10 comes in.
Resolution number 25?
Yes.
My sheet is 10.
It's the planning and zoning resolution 10, but the resolution for council is 25.
Okay, resolution number
sure.
25.
Thank you, sir.
Series 2022.
Second.
Thank you. Rainey.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
Spruill.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, so 8, we have no draft resolutions or ordinances. Do we have a city attorney report? Number 9.
Not this evening.
Okay, great. City managers report.
I do, Mayor. Just quickly, the following is my report for the current term. Number 1, the annual budget preparation process has taken up the bulk of my time for the past 2 weeks. We are deeply engaged in preparing a budget that reflects the council priorities while ensuring the operational needs of the city are met. Although we have publicized the transparency page and continue to request community input, we have had very little participation in this. I again invite community members and other stakeholders to access the page via the city website. It's on the top bar menu, and I think our finance director already mentioned this. It is entitled ClearGov Financial Center at the top of that page. So now is your opportunity to weigh in and tell us what you think our financial priorities should be for fiscal year 2023. Number 2, on August 25th, our council participated in the board-to-board meeting held in a meeting room at the Ute Mountain Casino. Other government partners in attendance included council members from the Ute Mountain Tribe, Town of Dolores, Town of Mancos, and Montezuma County. I was very proud that our entire council was able to attend and represented our community very well. There was some excellent interaction between the government bodies that has resulted in partnerships on various projects. I'm really looking forward to the next opportunity we have to gather in this fashion. And number 3, I want to take the opportunity to share how pleased and proud I am of our Community and Economic Development Department, led by our Rachel Marchbanks, for all their skill and hard work in helping to bring some of our priorities to fruition. Some of their work has been presented to council this evening, and other actions are prepared to follow in subsequent meetings. It has been a real joy to watch this group work closely together with partners and stakeholders in our quest to make meaningful changes and improvements to our community. Furthermore, I'm very pleased with all the work that is beginning to become visible to the council and the community, and the progress is being made. So these guys have been working for months in the background, and now it's starting to become visible. So I'd just like to thank each one of them. That concludes my report this evening, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to city council committee reports. I will try to do mine very fast because I have a lot to say. First, our workshop. We had so the mayor's report on the workshop. We interviewed for our historic preservation board Rachel Weaver, who is a realtor in the community, and then we had presentations from department heads: our airport manager Jeremy Patton, our court administrator Carla Odell, our director of parks and recreation Creighton Wright, our director of public works Brian Peckins, and our director of community and economic development Rachel Marchbanks. And then like Drew said, we met with our municipalities and our tribe and county commissioners, and I just want to recognize Matt and thank him for that idea. This is, you know, he brought up that this is something that has happened in the past, and it's been a while, and it just felt really great to come together and kind of share all of the things we have going on in our communities, and recognizing that we are one bigger community and we can work together on a lot of things. And so I'm really hoping that this momentum stays and that we continue to communicate and work together and kind of really build those relationships to the betterment of our community. And then also the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe celebrated their 30th anniversary for their casino, and so they invited council to attend, and so I was able to go with Councilmember DeHaven, and that was a really great experience. Cool to see, you know, experience part of their culture and hear from previous council members from their council and the current ones. And then we ate a huge lunch, which was nice. And then, I'm trying to think what else I had to share. Today, I went to, I signed a proclamation for the Daughters of American Revolution to celebrate their 235th birthday, the 235th birthday of the Constitution. Do I have time to read these two proclamations? Okay, just to save time, I probably won't because we're going to be here. We still have 2 executive sessions. But yeah, so there was a proclamation as the National Society Daughters of American Revolution to celebrate the 235th birthday of the Constitution. The other event that I went to today was a ice cream social at Madison House to celebrate the National Assisted Living Week, which celebrates communities who are in assisted living and the staff members who take care of that vital part of our community. And Linda was able to attend that with me, and we ate ice cream cake. So. And then, last but not least, tomorrow will be our Mesa Verde Country Tourism Board meeting. So, all right, so I'll move on to other board reports. We'll start at this end. David, do you have any board reports for us? Yeah, make sure the mic is close to you.
Is this close enough? Couple of things that the Cortez Public Arts Committee is working on. They're reaching out to other neighboring communities with creative districts. A couple of examples are Paonia and Telluride. And also, I would encourage those who haven't seen the Cultural Center redo. I would strongly encourage you to drop by and see what a miracle it's turned into. And also, there's a very powerful art show there right now in their new gallery. So that's what I have to offer.
We meet Friday.
Golf board.
Historic preservation, we interviewed in the workshop our candidate to fill out that board.
And I have the Mesa Verde Country meeting tomorrow and the Bridge Emergency Shelter Board meeting tomorrow night.
All right, thank you, Council. Okay, so we will move on to other items of business. So Council will convene to executive session. So I need a motion for that.
I will make a motion for council to enter executive session for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, strategy for negotiation, and/or instructing negotiators pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402 4EI. The topics, it'll be 2 separate executive sessions. The topics are contract negotiations with Mesa Verde Country regarding the current professional services contract, as well as an update on negotiations for the possible sale or lease of the Cortez Community Fiber Network.
Second. Motion made by Dobry and seconded by DeHaven.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Spruill.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
And Medina.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Don't feel like you need to stick around. Oh, yeah. So one copy's for you. Okay. All right, so that concludes our executive sessions. We're gonna move on to public participation. Seeing none from the public. Okay, all right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I believe you have a statement that you read after the executive session.
Oh, sorry. Trying to skip the, this is the hardest part for me. Oh, yes, here it is, okay. All right, the time is now 10:24 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were myself, Rachel Medina, Drew Sanders, Dennis Spruill, Robert Dobry, Matt Kiefhofer, Lydia DeHaven, David Rainey, and Patrick Coleman. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matter not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the Open Meeting Law, I ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
All right, motion made by Dobry and seconded by Kiefhofer.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Spruill.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Kiefhofer. Rainey.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah.